Итак, всем привет! И сегодня мы играем в Genshin. Чё, поделаем ежедневки. Пройдем сюжетку Чжун Ли. Обе части. И если кому-то надо, смогу, помогу. Сейчас убьем кривого папоротника. Нужно качать Розарию. Ай, как больно. Он сдох. Констатация смерти. Так. А теперь мы забежим в Манштадт. Поменяем, пожалуй, экспедицию. Возьмем у кузнеца задание на руду. Так, ну экспедицию мы отправили. Где можно найти руду? Так, 3 места, но это быстро будет. Добежим, соберем. Так, надо забрать, что он тут сделал. Поставить, что можно сделать. После руды еще поставим. Что-нибудь делать. Не, можно и... Так. Ну и тут поставим. Полтинничек пускай висит на каждой руде. Мало ли что. А, мы не купили у него оружку. О, у нас же еще и ивент. Сегодня должны вроде были обновить. Сходим на винт еще. Посмотрим, что там добавили на сегодня. Одуваны, одуваны. Выросли у нас одуваны. Какое-то задание завершили. Так, надо поменять одного персонажа. И это будет Сян Лин. Возьмем наш каточек, который постоянно хочет спать. Сейчас мы поднимемся. Сначала внизу заберем. Так, древесину. Ты чё? Не умер. Ой, да там можно по тропинке пройти. Я лезу прям куда-то. Маска? Мы пропустили маску. Жуть какая. Ты не умер. Так, и убьем артерию, но забирать награду не будем. Хотя стоило бы. У меня мало смолы. Смола мне нужна для другого. Он не умер, да? Класс. Блин, каточек надо качать. Каточек хорош. Так, теперь по пути к волку. Нужно руду забрать. Светяшки. Так, сегодня же должны были добавить. Через 17 часов. Только завтра. Окей. Это, конечно, печально. Думал, сегодня поделаем. Я вот не знаю. Ладно. Руду мы закрыли. Пойдем в Юэ. Спросим про руду. Потом, может быть, опять на Крио папоротник. Потерялся. Что тут, по руде? Порадуй нас. Но не очень порадовал. Стандартные 5 мест. Да куда ты полез? Все, в следующее место. Так, уже вижу. Люблю прям, когда кучки такие. Потому что прибежал, вот так сделал, собрал и убежал. Эх, тут где эти охотники? Вот что где не подгрузилось? А, нет, подгрузилось. Я подумал не про это место. Так, мы к вам только за рудой. Так что сорян. Но мы даже никого из вас не убили. Наверху там. Отлично. Очень быстро. Так. И последнее место. Я так подумал, нам надо все-таки вернуться в Манштадт. Прямо возле города собрать одуванчики. Вдруг нам все-таки выпадет Эола. Уже 73 крутки. Или 76. Дофига, короче. Так, здесь нам прыгать отсюда. Так, Манштадт. Мы здесь сюрду тоже собрали. Где наш каточек? Уйди, мальчик. А мы разве еще один это? Ладно. И, по-моему, где-то здесь еще два. Да ладно. Я потерял еще один одуван. Ну и ладно, черт с ним. В орхидею на криву папоротник. Сбегаем еще разок. Жаль, конечно, но... А, 0-то уже почти набито. Пали ей в лицо, я надеюсь. Да что у тебя там за копье стоит такое? Давайте голду. Спасибо. А чё она умерла? Холодно было? Ой, ладно, даже похилю всех. Так, теперь на Инадзуму. Посмотрим, где руда сразу. И пойдем. Кошечки поможем, заберем. Заберем потом руду. Можно уже и руду будет поставить как раз новую. И ежедневки. Не обратил внимания, есть ли в городе. Ну, сейчас посмотрим. И где руда? Угу. Так, квесты раскиданы, руда раскидана. Здорово. Ну, пойдем сразу это соберем. Забежим, артерию побьем. Руда внизу. Вопрос А. Вопросов нет. Уже увидел. Как-то не видно сверху артерии. А теперь видно. Тут будут огненные. Нифига не. Ну а почему щит не включился опять? Не прокнуло. Нет, забирать буду. К сожалению или к счастью. Да, нормально. Как у тебя? Сразу ежедневку сделаем, добежим до руды. Ну, если нормально, то хорошо. Угу. Не дадут забрать, да? Маг нам ни к селу, ни к городу. Не очень люблю электрических магов. Так, все. Эту ежедневку сделали. Или не сделали? Окей, с кем поговорить? Ладно. Привет. Привет, привет. Так, последняя руда, по-моему. У меня нет такого опыта работы. Может быть, тебе есть что рассказать? На биржу труда сходи. Может, там помогут. Ой, ну это... Девушку в пень. Нам руда нужна. Найди неофициальное оформление на каком-нибудь хахару или где-нибудь еще. В газетах поищи. Там бывают работы, чаще всего неофициальные. Я сейчас подумал, вот я, по-моему, газеты не покупал. Да лет 7, наверное. Вообще никакие. Даже не раздавали всякие эти партии. Не, порыбачить нельзя, сорян. Там, во-первых, и, по-моему, и нет ничего уже. Сам вылавливаю. Нужно 2000. Выловить только 600. Да, господи, забили. Прям, ну, запинали, я бы сказал. А где остальные? Вот прыгуни нам нужны. врагу немного не бывает. Так. И куда нам? Здесь опять стрелять? Или довести груз? Не, пострелять там в лагере. А здесь прям на дороге. Это, наверное, груз довести. Точнее, уничтожить. Угу. Как я и думал. Надо что-нибудь сожрать. Ну, какая-то опять противная тропа, чувствую, будет. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не. Бежим, бежим. А то я знаю, тут еще сейчас какой-нибудь стол поставят. Вот такой столб. Преграду нам. Угу. Давай дохни быстро. Все. Следующий квест. Думал, нажал телепорт. Уже отвлекся. Я забыл, чем их уничтожать.
The hunt begins.
Так, ну не ветром уже.
Make sure to keep up.
There's still a long road ahead.
Привет. Всем. Ну, огнем, льдом. Это вроде как нельзя. А, или нужно в режим войти. Да вряд ли.
Can I go catch up on my sleep?
Да и нет. Ну, там катком проехаться надо. Странный воздух. Ну ладно. Не утони, пожалуйста. Слушай, я не оценщик, я играю 3 недели. Типа, от моих оценок прям такое. Да я не знаю, как на Азии. Типа. У меня толком ничего нет, у меня персов нет. Рейзер с хута убегает. Рейзер с колоколом. Ну, изгаляемся как можем из того, что есть. Как я вас люблю. Только когда вы на земле, а не где-то в облаках. Бесит.
Time to go.
Так, мабыти. Ты сейчас издеваешься, да? Ну-ка давай, спускайся.
Let the show begin.
Ну вот как мне его там бить? Да, электрического электрическим. Гениально. Ну, физурон хотя бы помогает. Так, ежедневки закончились, но нужно Кошкина. А что сегодня будем делать? Так, короче, быстренько это скипаем. Он нам скажет, что делать, мы сделаем. Как далеко. Здесь повыше, надеюсь. Не знаю, зачем захватил. М, Что я там вижу? А я не помню, нам 1 или 2 нужно до уровня. Нам к тебе? Монстра найти. Да. Когда эти квесты уже закончатся с этой кошкой? Кстати, нам, по-моему, здесь крутку должны дать. Нам надо что-то еще выполнить. Смолу можно, но смолы пока нет. Можно покрутить одну крутку. Где-то 77-й, 78-й раз. О! Давай серьезно, 50 на 50 сработал. Бля. М. Ладно. Будешь с Моной валяться за ненадобностью пока что. Но ты нам дашь крутку покрутить. Стандартный баннер.
Good. On to our...
А здесь я не помню, надо посмотреть, кстати. Сколько у нас прошло круток? 6. Восемь. По-моему, какие-то крутки не засчитаны. Было больше. Мы только 8 прям тот раз на стриме крутили. Ну, тут круток 15, как бы ждать все равно ничего не стоит. А, нам надо посмотреть. Посмотрели. Здорово. Так, а в принципе мы как раз сейчас сюда и пойдем. На Чжун Ли. Так, ежедневки сделали, Неку сделали. Руду собрали. А репутацию заберем. И побежим туда. У нас отличная погода. Дождь. Такой хорошенький дождик. Да не хочу я вас выбирать. Я выберу вторую часть Чжун Ли. Мы сразу сегодня 2 части пройдем.
Add at. Thank you for
Может быть, еще накруточку как раз будет.
Pack your stuff and go.
Вот откуда мне будет комфортнее долететь? С паруса или с горы?
When will my life take a turn for the better?
Все-таки я думаю, что с горы. Сейчас у рыбака как раз проверим удочку. Можно ли у него взять. Нет, чутка не хватает. Ну, дня через 2 надо будет еще припачить. А, дождь у нас только тут.
Avoid the trees. Follow.
Серьезно, тут где-то сундук. Ты меня обманул, Рейзер. Геокомпас говорит, что нет здесь сундуков. Или у тебя там нюх, не знаю, больше, чем у геокомпаса. Когда выпадет нормальный снег? Прям нормальное количество. Небольшое, нормальное. Но чтоб грязи не было.
Oh? I didn't think I would see you here.
Are these two your friends?
Yes, we had the fortune of meeting not too long ago. They are quite a knowledgeable and talented pair, and a pleasure to be around.
Человек, который забывает
We were
кошелек.
just discussing the history of Rex Lapis. Would you like to listen?
This, good sir, seems not to appreciate the almighty power of the Lord of Geo. As a professional archaeologist, I'm inclined to correct some of his erroneous views. We are discussing the whereabouts of the first Mora.
The first Mora?
As everyone knows, the Lord of Geo taught the ancient people of Liyue the craft of smelting, creating goods that allowed them to develop trade with the early nations of that time. Today, Liyue holds the sole right to cast Mora in the entire continent of Teyvat. The world's very first Mora should have been cast by the hands of the Lord of Geo himself thousands of years ago.
According to my research, as well as my own hypothesis, I believe that this coin of unique historical significance has been passed down secretly through the years as a kind of token. For example, perhaps the Qixing who control the Liyue use it in some kind of unknown ceremony they hold when they come to power.
No. My research indicates that the first Mora coin is not such a simple thing. Mora is a catalyst. This we all know. Even today, Mora is used in the mystic arts for its curious properties of weapon enhancement. The world's first Mora would no doubt possess the strongest power. My next historical treatise will boldly expound on the newest findings from my intense decade-long research. That is, that the Lord of Geo used this original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger and a sword.
A dagger and a sword?
Well, buy the book when it comes out to read the full story. For now, I will only reveal this. The one who finds the dagger shall become supreme in Liyue, and the one who finds the sword may be crowned Liyue's sovereign.
I can't say I agree. Let us not
Scrooge
speak of
McDuck,
the authenticity
Yue,
of the dagger and
Chžun
sword
Li.
first. But Mora and money came about simply because they are a convenient measure of a contract's value. Rex Lapis just meant for Mora to serve as a catalyst for people to exchange and trade. The world's first Mora is probably just an ordinary coin created by Rex Lapis. As for its fate, the same as all Mora, I suspect. It was simply spent somewhere.
I think that Mr. Hanshua's hypothesis seems reasonable.
Разрушил такую
Mr.
просто
Zhang Li's
историю.
argument, on the other hand, lacks any evidence. How can you so easily dismiss the Lord of Geo's profound foresight?
No, I am not debating right or wrong. I am simply stating a fact.
Enough? Do you think you understand the Lord of Geo more than me?
I know but little about history, and I wouldn't dare to brag. But discussion is meaningless if everyone has the same opinion, no?
Well then, answer me this. Long ago, when Liyue Harbor was being constructed, the Lord of Geo taught the people how to build houses. The model home he used to teach them was completely cast from Mora, correct?
That is correct, indeed.
Okay, then tell me. Why would the Lord of Geo do something so extravagant, if not because of the mystical power that Mora contains?
There's a simple explanation, really. To the god of wealth and commerce, what material is easier to get than Mora?
Oh.
I mean, I am talking about Rex Lapis.
Excuse me, sir. I have some questions about archaeology. Can we find somewhere quiet to chat? I mean, if it's okay with you.
Oh, it's no problem at all. But may my friend accompany us? Perhaps they could be of some help.
Of course. They can come if that's what pleases you, sir. Let's go.
Да, ну поговорим, пожалуй, наедине. Но я захвачу своих друзей. А, ну ладно. Очень безлюдное место
What
для
I'm about to
разговоров.
say is a bit disrespectful of the Lord of Geo and would draw a lot of angry looks. So it's best to discuss this somewhere quiet. Your argument just now exhibited acuteness of speech and thought. Most importantly, you don't fall for the boasting and acting of the others. You remain objective. So I have a question for you. Perhaps you will answer differently from other scholars. Do you think that all the gods that the Geo Archon killed were evil?
Let's not analyze it in terms of good versus evil. Rex Lapis placed great importance on the integrity of contracts. So any gods he killed certainly must have broken some kind of contract.
Right! The Lord of Geo wouldn't kill the innocent.
But when I was doing some research, I learned about the legend of the god of salt. The god
Архон
of
соли.
salt, Hadria, was a very kind god. But she encountered Morax one day in battle. Morax used a rather underhanded trick to assassinate her.
What? No way!
This bit of history is a long story. But you may not like the truth when you hear it.
Don't worry, please tell me what you know. This event, I've already searched for answers for a long time.
No, it's just... Where should I begin?
Начни сначала, как говорят.
Ah, so you're over here all this time.
Put down your weapon and stay back. Otherwise, Paimon's reporting you to the Millilith.
First of all, I'm not holding a weapon. There's no need to overreact now. I'm simply an archaeological researcher from Snezhnaya. I'm not here for trouble.
The Fatui say that every time.
But this time, I registered with the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs. I could show you the official documentation if you want to see it. I will be conducting an archaeological survey here, the results of which will all be shared with the ministry. I heard that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor had a consultant named Chjun Li, with immense knowledge of ancient history and archaeology. So I paid Wangsheng Funeral Parlor a handsome amount to hire Chjun Li as my own consultant while I'm in town.
So you mean to say that this is work for the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, yes? Well, since it's work, I don't have a choice. A consultant of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor must respect their duty.
Of course you would be such a
Окей.
reasonable man. Well then, let's head out now, shall we?
Верен своим обязанностям.
Wait,
Это
if
хорошо.
you're studying archaeology, can I go too? I am also a scholar in this field, so I can help.
That will give us a chance to continue the topic we were just discussing. Oh, and you should tag along too. This experience may be of help to you on your future adventures. It is a story from
Возможно.
before the rise of the Seven. Although the god of salt has already perished, it will still be a meaningful experience for your journey.
Wait. This is an archaeological expedition, not a tour group. That's too many people.
But this friend of mine has
Вот
a
это уже
treasure
странно.
talent, surpassed by no one.
Зачем нам много народу?
It will
Пойдем
surely
только
be of
вместе,
great help to
вдвоем.
us.
Oh? What talent?
If my friend espies a treasure chest, they will absolutely find a way to open it.
Hey, Paimon's good at that too.
Well, that is quite enticing. All right then. Well, let's go. There's no
Кроколицо
time to
опять
waste.
моего
When the
героя.
overlord of the vortex was crushed by the Jade Chamber recently, perhaps something of interest was washed ashore. An ancient artifact would be good. Traces of ancient activity would be great. But a piece of the god's limb would be even better. Who knows what surprises we may find.
Фрагмент тела божества. Да и я чувствую, это как раз тот квест, где мы наткнемся на само божество. Нам денег дадут. Это так приятно. У нас там всего что-то опять около 100 тысяч. Ну, наверное, уже 1200. Мы еже поделали. Даже интересно, сколько? Ну да, 230. Окей. БП открыли, там написано, потратьте 500 тысяч мор. Час потрачено.
This place looks so ordinary. Can we really find anything valuable here?
Huh? Paimon thinks it looks really grand.
I don't mean the scenery, but rather that there should be something out of the ordinary. A big battle did just occur and all, and I don't even know where to begin looking here.
Guyun Stone Forest is actually the perfect place to be, if you wish to learn about the gods or the history of the Archon War. Legend has it that Rex Lapis threw spears made of large rock into the sea here, piercing and crushing the overlord of the vortex. After many years of wind erosion, those stone spears have turned into the unique rock formations we see now.
These mountains were the Lord of Geo's weapons?
What we see now is just the part of them that remains. The stone spears hurled by Rex Lapis all those years ago were much greater, both in number and in size. But due to the different angles they landed at, their large centers of mass, erosion by seawater, and years of gravity, many of them have been completely swallowed by the sea. So besides wind erosion, the initial collapsing of the stone spears also played a big part in the formation of Guyun Stone Forest.
Well, a god able to fight one so powerful as Rex Lapis was certainly very strong in its own right.
Indeed. This is where the value lies in research at Guyun Stone Forest. Most of the objects from that time were lost to the sea. But the gigantic waves created by the overlord of the vortex have given those sunken objects a chance to see the light of day again.
So you're saying that if we look carefully, we'll be able to get very, very rich. I mean, rich with archaeological knowledge and historical value, yes? That's all I seek in life. Well, since we brought so many people, I think it would be best to split up and look.
Okay then.
Странные.
I will go with my friend here. Although I have a smattering of knowledge in various disciplines, when it comes to archaeology, I can't compete with the expert here.
Huh? Me?
What's the matter? This is your profession. Why are you so surprised?
I get it. I'll escort him then.
Okay. If we find anything valuable or rare, let's meet on the shore opposite from here. The ancient god probably left behind lots of elemental marks. Following them should make our search much easier.
Well, go ahead then. Use your elemental sight to look for any marks.
Слушайте, мы столько ходили. И вы мне хотите сказать, что мы не забрали здесь сундук?
I'm out of here.
Ну иди сюда. Давай драться.
Why are there enemies here?
Мясо.
Guyun Stone Forest is a place where a god was defeated, and its remnants still affect the area to this day.
Мне не до вас, тут у меня квест. Хотя, походу, до вас. Тут сундук, который мы опять должны открыть. Да и мага дайте стукнуть. Ну такой себе у тебя щит.
I taste blood.
О, тут маг еще где-то. А тебя убивать обязательно? Нет. Ну и все, стой там.
Smell of treasure. Strange.
Корляпис. Это стандартный вопрос, мне кажется, уже каждого стрима. Привет, во-первых, вот. А какой на него меч поставить? Дубина? Дубина так себе. Меч мне как раз помогает колокол защищаться. Он дает мне щит. И меня это частенько выручает и дает урона больше. Да я понимаю, странно, но у меня нет нормальной пухи. Я 3 недели играю, как бы выбор не очень велик. Вот с аркаичным я пробовал, и урон поменьше. Ну и щит мне, говорю, частенько сейчас пока спасает. Там написано дубину вообще нужно оставить на него. Переговоров. Если нет нормального, ничего. Ой, нам с ними драться не нужно. Мы идем по квесту. Да это сейчас вот скорее всего на Иолу пойдет. Колокол у него так и останется. Пока что. Не знаю, успеем мы из оружейного что-то еще повыбивать.
Gathering together here. But why?
See that object in the center? Perhaps it emits the remnant strength of the god. That would certainly attract them. The hydromanic monsters. I have a contract and must put my personal feelings aside. Go ahead. Defeat them and recover the relic.
Ну да. Я пока качаю, да у меня нет нормальных персов, типа. Я знаю, что и Хутао нужен щит. Все качается. Хутао, да у меня и толком артефактов нет еще.
I'll protect us.
Я понимаю, ну а что я сделаю, когда у меня один артефакт
Just a
ведьмы?
stone slab.
Ничего.
Its design is quite unique.
Так что пока
Be enough to garner
Razor.
some information. Let's head back.
Да, я знаю. Так говорю, у меня персонажей пока нет нормально. Так-то вон под Рейзера у меня стоит сейчас Розария. Тут персонажей-то раз-два. И все не качанные еще. Это только сегодня выбил. Эту тоже только вот недавно выбил. Бен-то в прошлый раз выбил.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
С1. Нужны еще перцы, нужны артефакты, а потом уже собирать то, что будет. Ну, а гладиатор стандартно. Да, я даже не знаю, что со мной бегать. Типа мы сейчас сюжетку проходим. У тебя, скорее всего, ранг выше.
You call yourself a scholar of archaeology? You can't
Слушай,
even
вполне
recognize
себе
this or
удобно.
that. What are you good for?
We all have our areas of expertise. I already tried very hard to explain.
Oh, stop arguing! What in the world happened?
Ну, я просто уже на плойке играю лет 5. До этого третья была, потом четвертая. Как бы на геймпаде мне удобно.
I've just been researching the god of salt, so I'm not familiar with sea relics. Is that so strange? And you kept asking about how much Mora everything is worth. Can the value of relics only be measured in Mora?
I mean, isn't measuring their value in Mora the easiest way? This also matches the traditions of Liyue, does it not?
Now, calm down. No need to make a fuss. We were able to bring back some intriguing objects. Let's have a look.
Слушай, ну я и за компом не знаю, сколько.
What a shame.
С 2007-го, типа, играл. Но...
Ну,
так удобно, типа, лежишь такой, играешь. Там. Развалился на диване. Телевизор там далеко. Круто.
Quick, give it to me. At least we didn't come for nothing. The power of the gods, yes. This is good.
С 3 лет в комп играешь.
Other objects are certainly worth a little something, right? It should be enough to cover the cost of hiring you. It's all
Как зрение.
So, it's only valuable for research if there are remnants of divine power in it?
Not at all. My quest to uncover the history of the god of salt is because history can tell us about culture and beliefs. But you're just trying to use archaeology to get rich.
Nonsense. I'm a professional archaeology researcher from Snezhnaya. I swear. If I'm lying, may the Lord of Geo strike me down.
Да, это прям и круто, и удобно, и без напрягов.
Oh, by the way, you probably don't want to sell that teacup.
Oh? Why's that?
That's not an ancient teacup. It's part of Ningguang's collection. It must have fallen here along with the Jade Chamber. So unless you want to mess with the chasing...
Ну, это хорошо, что зрение так.
I see. What a shame. It was of such high quality, too.
See? You do want to sell these objects!
But, so what? Why can't I pursue wealth both intellectual and material? Don't be so simple-minded. All right, then. No need to stay here any longer. I'm rather quite intrigued by the God of Salt too.
Да, 29.
Let's go to Saltarama.
В феврале 30 будет. Давай, признавайся. Так, это сел геймпад. Мы взяли другой. Да, бывает такое то, что выебонов, что ли, меньше. Скажем так.
I heard that Salterai was once the home of the god of Salt's people. Therefore, there's sure to be loads of valuable relics nearby.
According to legend, the people of the god of Salt, Havria, enjoyed prosperous lives under her protection. But this legend has been around for ages. With the countless scrap collectors and treasure hoarders in the area, there probably aren't many valuable things left here.
Oh, good. That's just great. If I knew it was picked this clean before, I wouldn't have come.
About that, I know there's a ruin deep in this cave here. It's related to the god of Salt, which is actually how the area originally got its name of Salterai. However, the ruin entrance has been sealed by a mysterious power. Nobody has been able to break the seal. I found a mechanism that seemed to be related to the seal, but when I undid the mechanism, the seal wasn't affected at all. So at the moment, the seal's origin and how to break it are very important topics in my research on the god of Salt.
Не знаю, к кому она
There's no concrete
относится.
evidence, but I'm pretty sure the seal is meant to hide some kind of long-forgotten truth. The god of Salt was a benevolent god, adored by the people, not to mention powerful. She wouldn't have any kind of shameful secrets to hide. So, the one who wants to hide some truth is very possibly her killer, Morax.
This doesn't sound like something the Lord of Geo would do, though.
Who cares about all that? It sounds like countless treasures of the god of Salt lie within this ruin, just waiting for someone to find them, right?
You weren't listening at all, were you? Ugh. Even if there's a mountain of treasures inside, nobody can get in if the seal isn't broken.
Ah, but we have the illustrious Mr. Chjun Li with us. He looks like he knows just about everything. A little seal shouldn't be any trouble for him.
This seal seems to be quite ancient. Even Mr. Chjun Li may not know all of its secrets.
I may know something about it.
What?
Over the years, I've heard various rumors with bits of knowledge about seals. Although their references seem rather disorderly, they do in fact contain the secret to breaking seals. Let's go take a look at the mechanism Miss Wanyan just mentioned.
А вы не хотите загадку за меня решить, а то я что-то уже устал от этих загадок. Я не знаю, что мне предлагают все чекнуть. Типа, я толком еще игру не так понял. Типа, смотрю по гайдикам, что нужно, кому там выбивать. Я пока мало разбираюсь, скажем так. За 3 недели что на что качать, я пока еще толком не смотрел. Слушай, ну там больше 45-го, я пока не понимаю, просто мы там с подругой играем. И нам, чтобы это, в миры друг друга, она чуть-чуть поменьше. У нее пока 41-й. Так-то у меня там, ну, 46-й точно есть. Мы так постепенно разбираемся там вместе в игре. Так если я сейчас подниму, я добью потом полтинник быстро, она хотя бы к этому времени бы 45-й бы взяла. И будет уже разница в 2 уровня. Она немножко медленнее, у нее время поменьше. Вот. Вот когда она возьмет 45-й, может быть там... Ну, надо смотреть. Ну да, я понимаю.
According to the inscription on the side, if one looks from a certain angle, the secret to the mechanism will be revealed.
Да, сейчас все зависит от того, сколько у тебя смолы. Я удар нажимал. Ты чего, хутал? Куда ты опять ползешь все время?
Let the show begin.
Да там что-то типа опыта, по-моему. Уродско видно, конечно. Ну, типа на 20 с лишним, там, тысяч больше. Надо именно на то, с точки смотреть. Ну, все засчиталось.
Although we activated the mechanism, nothing happened to the seal.
That's because there's actually another mechanism that must be activated.
Another?
Let me lead the way from here.
This place seems familiar. Huh, I remember. I think there's some elemental monuments here. So you're saying they're related to all this? When I investigated the seal last time, I had someone with a vision accompany me. But when we lit up all the elemental monuments, nothing happened.
That's because you don't just need to activate them at the same time, but in a certain order as well. Otherwise, the seal will not be broken.
Сейчас мы будем гадать, в
The
каком
secret to
порядке,
this
да?
puzzle is hidden in the legends about the Archon War. Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east,
Юг,
Zhuiyun in the west,
восток, запад,
Qingzi
север.
in the north. All desolate and devoid of life. Liu is vast, yet even one haven is hard to find.
To the north, to the east. Do the people of Liyue always talk in riddles?
I think I've heard this saying before.
Certainly you have. And the contents of this saying are also related to the god of salt. To provide a haven for her people, whose lives had been ravaged by the Archon War. This benevolent god searched all across Liyue. At that time, with the chaotic fires of war engulfing the land, even one sliver of peace was a luxury. And that haven she eventually found is right here. Today, it is known as Sal Turai.
How sad then. In the end, this peaceful place was destroyed by Morax.
Okay, enough with these ancient stories. Now that we have the clue, hurry up and break the seal. Whatever happened doesn't matter as long as we can get inside that ruin.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Zhuiyun in the west, Qingzi in the north. With this clue, you should be able to solve the puzzle.
Я почти тут все прохожу, что типа всякие данжики. Но вот Алая ведьма, 90-е мобы, там, да, там немножко мне больно. Ну как немножко, мне больно. И его я не прохожу. На 80-х прохожу. А так-то вот я подумал сейчас такой, ну, вроде все остальное это получается. А ты чё с нами не дрался, когда все дрались?
These things useful?
Так. Ой, я уже накосячил. А ты временная? Нет. Надо все 4, я понял. Ты чего лезешь?
Let's dance. If we bury it, maybe it'll spring back to life.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east,
Да я понял, понял.
Zhueyun in the west, Jingze in the north. The directions are the clue. Give it another try.
Я, правда, не помню, где восток, где запад. Но сегодня будет так. Ну или наоборот, потом сделаем.
Tianheng in the south,
Ага,
Yaoguang
я
in the east,
тебя понял.
Zhueyun in the west, Jingze in the north. The directions are the clue. Give it another try.
Да сейчас сделаем. Тут не так много вариаций. Погоди.
Look! The seal really was broken.
Да,
Mr.
что-то
Zhong Li is
произошло.
indeed quite remarkable.
It was nothing, really. Now, it's time that
Мы
people
доплывем,
learn the
надеюсь?
hidden truth lost to time.
Huh?
Блин, мы даже таблички не почитали, что на них написано.
Before entering the ruin, I have a proposal that will help us prevent the kind of senseless arguing between you two that we saw at Guyenstone Forest.
Okay. What is it?
I propose you two agree upon a contract, stipulating that we alternate who gets claim to each treasure we encounter, with only one object permitted per claim. To show my sincerity, I won't be taking any treasure. This will just be between you all.
Да. Авария.
Hey! Don't pass an opportunity like this up so easily!
I don't agree. I mean, you want me to split the treasure with this amateur archaeologist? No, absolutely not.
I don't agree either. He will only defile the precious relics left behind by the god of salt. I can't accept this.
Well then, if the contract is not agreed upon, I will no longer serve as your consultant on this expedition. You will have to rely on your own experience to find whatever treasures are hidden in this ruin, as well as traps.
You have the audacity to demand this. Okay then. Even half of the treasure in the long-sealed ruin of the god of salt should be enough to make a fortune.
If you want me to agree upon this contract, so be it. I just have one request, Mr. Zhang Li. If we discover the truth behind the god of salt, you must judge it fairly, even if the truth harms Morax's image.
I can accept this arrangement. Well then, let's go.
Ну, пойдем. Так, колокольчики. И шею все сломали. Короляпис. Нефриты. Интересно, какой у вас агр? Отойди. Сейчас все равно ж убежишь. Так, это хорошо. Ой, рыбка. Только рыбка уплыла. Главное больше лута собрать. Ребят, да неохота мне с вами особо драться. Я лучше лут пособираю. Данжик. Идем. Так, настройки там сбились, поправим. А я не посмотрел, что нам надо.
Sooner we're done, the better.
Гео нет. А оно нам надо. Давайте попробуем так, а если что, потом поменяем. Да телефон, угомонись, что с тобой не так?
Are these statues?
No.
Да что-то мне тоже
These
кажется,
are
что не
people.
статуи.
Ugh.
They were probably followers of the god of salt.
How did they become this way?
What in the world is hidden deep in this ruin?
Неплохо сделано. Ну, он и орёт, конечно. Вот еще в чем фишка.
Solidify. Solidify.
Да почему?
Quake.
Почему она ставилась туда?
Look at this. It's filled halfway with salt.
Oh, it just looks like a fancy salt holder. Seems like the god of salt was a god lacking in treasures.
According to my knowledge, it's no ordinary vessel. Although it is only half full, it is also forever half full. That is to say, it is bottomless.
What? You're saying that even if I pour the salt out, the amount inside won't change?
Exactly.
Able to produce endless salt. The god of salt is powerful indeed.
Finally, after all that effort, I've found precious treasure. I claim this as mine. I just need to pour the endless salt into 1,000 or 10,000 bags. I can sell it and make a fortune.
How can you use a relic of the god of salt for such a shallow pursuit?
If Mr. Clement wants this salt chalice, then the next object we find will belong to Miss Wanyan, according to the contract agreed upon.
Of course, as we agreed. But how can anything be worth more than this rare find?
Since we have a contract, it's no use for me to fight with him.
Then let's move on, shall we?
А в следующий будет типа чаша, которая будет золото, да, постоянно? Так, что-то в глаз попало. Сейчас.
Does Manthis wine taste the same as I remember? But where are those who share the memory?
I will have order.
Да, неплохой он, дядька.
Quake. Crumble. Rise.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Достань нормально.
Just a simple ruler. It doesn't look to be worth anything.
This, if I remember correctly, this is some kind of measuring tool.
Indeed. But the god of salt imbued it with another power. When you stick this ruler in the ground, the surrounding area will become covered in salt, much like a rising tide covers the earth. The deeper it is stuck in the ground, the more salt will appear. It is essentially a bumper harvest of salt.
What? That's even better than the salt chalice.
Well then, according to our contract, the salt ruler goes to Miss Wanyan.
No, unacceptable. I paid for and organized this entire expedition. Why should I get the short end of the stick? And this girl has been useless. Why would she get anything?
Oh boy, here we go again.
So you are saying you want to break the contract?
So what if I break it? Now that I've seen how the mechanisms in this ruin work, I no longer need you. Let's not forget who hired who here. Why should I let you make the rules?
Because you agreed to a contract. Rex Lapis once said,
Понеслось.
ones who break their
Это как на трассе
contracts
60.
shall
Лучше,
suffer the wrath
короче,
of the rock.
That is one of your Liyue
что ты говоришь,
gods.
что и делать.
I am from Snezhnaya. I
Will suffer the wrath of the rock. You may find it rather unpleasant.
pay your dues. Quake. Order guide you. Solidify.
А, он умер. Нормально.
I shall confiscate your treasure as well. You are not worthy to continue any further into the ruin. Leave this place.
Oh, darn you! Just
И что он сделает? Пригонит толпу народу, когда мы выйдем?
He could only pretend for so. Yeah, good thing Paimon can smell a liar from a mile away.
Clement's wrongdoing stemmed from greed, yes. But besides greed, there are many other things that may tempt us to break contracts. When people see the object of their dreams, how many are... I think we should be honest with each other now.
Huh? Be
that in truth, not a single member of this archaeological expedition.
Why do you say that?
Miss, you lack even the most basic archaeological knowledge, and can recognize naught but a few simple relics. However, you are an expert when it comes to anything. You aren't interested in archaeology or relics. What you're really interested in, I believe those legends about the god of salt that you mentioned on the Pearl Galley are passed down between generations at Yinyuan Hall.
Okay, that's enough. Sir, you are indeed a man of great knowledge and talents. I seem to have been right to seek you. You're right. I'm not a scholar of archaeology. I come from one of the 8 trades under the jurisdiction of the Qixing, Yinyuan Hall of the salt industry. Our ancestors were those protected by the god of salt all those years ago, when the Archon War engulfed the land in chaos.
Oh, right! Now that you mention it, the people of Liyue have very seldom...
During the war, Morax assassinated our god out of envy for her power. He left us alone and lost in the world. We hate him! But this is Morax's Liyue after all. And its history is written as he wishes. So I seek proof of Morax's guilt. He has blood on his hands and cruelty in his heart. We agreed to a contract that we...
Naturally, of course. Come with me. All the answers you...
Но мы все равно узнаем, что там. Это будет шикарно. Блин, классно он дерется. А, я понял.
Rise. Crumble. Solidify.
А он мне нравится все больше и больше.
Solidify. I will have order. Rise. Stabilize.
О, как. Прикольная атака тоже.
Quake. Rise. Order guide you. Quake.
Что у нас здесь? Что за третий артефакт? Как будто часть клинка.
A sword? Aha! It's a broken sword. This is proof. This proves that the god of salt had to fight back against the evil Morax. But sadly, she was defeated. The power of this sword surely is much greater than that of the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler. If we can repair the sword, then we can show the world the mighty power of the god of salt.
It does look like something left behind after being defeated in battle.
2 pieces of a broken sword. From an archaeological perspective, these are 2 separate relics. According to the contract, you can only claim one.
Why? We were alternating claims to treasure, true. But Clement is no longer here.
Yes, but the only one object per claim clause still holds true. You cannot take 2 relics at the same time.
This logic!
Chžun Li, she seems like a good person, and no one is fighting over the treasure. How about you let this one slide, huh?
When there's a contract, nothing can be allowed to slide. If the contract is not followed, then it is broken.
No! If I only take 1/2, then it can't be repaired, and the power of the god of salt cannot be restored. No matter what, I must be faithful to her. Even if it breaks the contract, I don't care.
So you are already decided? Then there is a price to pay for breaking the contract.
Chžun Li!
И какова
That is
цена?
to say, you consign yourself to suffer the wrath of the rock.
That's okay. The god of salt gave up her life to protect her people. My sacrifice is nothing compared to that. Punish me however you want. Just let me take this proof of my faith.
No, you can't hit her!
Perhaps that punishment would be easier for her. But, as punishment, I will tell you the truth.
Huh? The truth?
Так еще один наказатель. Он, короче, с Эолой там не брат и сестра, они
The truth that
случайно.
I am about to tell
Там
you
по папиной или по
shall be
маминой
the
линии.
price to pay for breaking the contract. I'm afraid to say that the god of salt, Havria, was not the powerful god you imagine her to be. Rather, she was a small and weak god who yielded to all other gods. When it came to war, she lost, never able to win a seat among the 7.
What?
During the Archon War, the gods of this world used all their strength and cunning to vie for control of Tevat. But Havria instead chose to flee. She thought that by giving up before a fight could start, she could save herself and her people from the war. However, during such a long war, there is no end to the advances of aggressors. After making countless concessions, Havria lost all of her lands, until only one small haven remained.
No! It can't be so.
In her last days, she had not even a single blade to defend her people with.
Not even a single blade? Then... this sword...
This sword is not a relic belonging to the god of salt, but is instead the murder weapon used to kill her.
Murder weapon? No! That's not true! That can't be true! You're trying to test my faith in the god of salt.
As I said before, I only state the facts.
Preposterous! You are a follower of Morax! Don't try to trick me!
Hey! Come back!
И что же нам делать?
Indeed. Otherwise, why would I use the truth as punishment? I did not want to tell her such cruel facts. But the contract was broken.
Ею.
Let's follow her deeper into the ruin. There, I fear, we will find something that will leave her no choice but to face the truth.
Are these statue thingies running? What will we find ahead?
Salt. And betrayal.
Они бежали отсюда.
What are all these? What did they see? What did they do? What happened?
Since you do not trust me, let us continue onward. That which lies beyond this door will show you.
Что же будет дальше? Ого. Сколько народу.
Solidify! Stabilize!
И что нам нужно смотреть? А, нам надо с ней поговорить.
This is the scene of the crime. The story continues that some among her people realized at last that this gentle, kind, but weak god could never protect anyone in wartime. The Archon War was cruel in the extreme. Instead of consigning her to the agony of defeat, they thought perhaps it would be better to give her a quick release.
But what about these statue thingies?
No matter how weak the god, the power that flows forth when they are slain is beyond the strength of mortal coils to bear. Those who could not flee were thus transformed. Those of her people who were untouched by this disaster left for Liyue, where they sought refuge with Rex Lapis. Their descendants feared Havria's remnants and lived in terror that she had laid upon them an eternal curse. So they risked their lives to come here, to break the sword and offer up obeisances in hopes that her anger might be appeased. But they need not have done so. For how could a god who had never once resisted, even till the end, nurse hatred for her people in her heart?
Even if this is so, I can't. This must be a lie. A false history, all of it. Don't you dare try to shake my faith.
Глупо.
Yikes. Chжun Li didn't show any mercy this
Но
time
иногда
either.
люди не могут принять правду.
Yet I would not call it a bad thing. Judging by how she appeared, I fear that she will struggle for a time. But even if she may not escape that struggle immediately, simply recognizing the truth is good enough for now. Indeed. In ages past, Havria's story served as a warning to me as well. Faith in a god who has already passed will do you no good. So it is for Havria. And so it is for Morax also. All right then. Now, would you like to accompany me in taking a trip to Guyanstone for it?
Huh?
Да,
What do you want to
почему
do,
бы нет?
Chun Li?
Treading old ground, telling old one cannot help but be reminded of old acquaintances.
Конечно, мы пройдемся. А фаты будут? Фаты будут нападать на нас? Ай, наверх. Блин, там можно было получше. Ну ладно. Полезем здесь. Сейчас отдохнем.
Let's dance.
Хил. И полезли дальше. Да слезь. Давай, уже чуть-чуть осталось.
Now, I mentioned before that the Adepti have presently handed Liyue over to mortals, and Havria's time was even further in the past. The Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler that she left behind should not return to Liyue. To leave them here is to let them slumber. And it is also a homecoming. I ended an era with my own two hands. I've always wondered how I should remember that which I ended. History records, But history may be changed. This incident proved that. Time is a mighty force. And history... I need to find a better way of recording history in order to engrave its truth. Stone carvings were one such ancient method. But unchanging stone, immovable earth, even one such as myself. Someday we may all disappear.
Chžun Li.
Therefore, I thought of you, traveler. You are one who crosses the celestial atlas, and who passes through countless worlds. If our history is engraved in your memory, it will one day accompany you into another world. As long as a traveler like
Какие
you is
намеки
able to
интересные.
record what happened,
На
then
другие
a backup of
миры мы
sorts
перейдем.
will exist for times and tides of Teyvat.
Sounds like tough work.
Now then, it is time that we consigned both the salt chalice and salt...
Huh? Why do we need to throw them into the sea?
As I said before, this is the place to which the remnants of... This includes Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who the Jade Chamber most recently returned to this ocean prison. Thousands of years ago, the Adepti and I fought against the turmoil that plagued every corner of this land. Guyan Stone Forest, where I sealed many gods with my spears. After so long, naught but folk tales remain. Osial, you and I were foes, but our ancient grudge is but a bygone memory now. May that which Havria has left behind be yours to subsume.
Так, куда там нырнуть?
Thus another spark of divinity departs from Liyue.
Мне хотя бы чашечку соли.
My legacy shall now be left to those who come after to debate.
Награды получен. Задание выполнено. Переходим ко второй части. Куда мы там выкинули? Интересно, а я долечу? Не, мы быстрее упадем, типа, в море. Так, сейчас, наверное, завершим задание. И крутанем. Наверное. По идее, должно хватить. Так, побежим отсюда, чтобы не карабкаться вверх. Я вижу одуванчики. Да что не так?
Drat. You caught me.
Это же одуванчики. И это одуванчики. Ты зачем меня бьешь? Да прекрати.
Make my escape.
О, я не тот квест, да, выбрал? Угу. Ну ладно, мы зато одуванчики собрали. Хорошо, что не опять корабль. Катька!
Hi, Catherine. It's us. Any new commission?
As a matter of fact, there's one that looks perfect for you two. Uncle Dai is one of the foremen at Huishan Hall over in Liyue Harbor. He's hoping the Adventurers Guild can spare some manpower.
What is it we have to do exactly?
I believe you'll be looking for workers.
Ooh, looking for people? Awesome. We're good at that.
I have no reason to doubt your abilities. I'm sure the details can be worked out face to face. If you're willing to accept this commission, head over to the dock and talk to Uncle Dai.
С дядюшкой Джем? Так. Ты сделал? Сделал. Молодец. Надо еще будет сделать. Ну, раз у нас заготовка есть, можно, наверное, будет сделать. Но я пока подумаю. Там еще белая тень. Пока ладно. Все, последний камень. А, нет, эти можно сделать.
Make my escape.
Супер ниндзя.
Hey, are you Uncle Dai?
I am indeed. Ah, now then.
Huh? How could you tell?
By the clothes on your back and the look on your face.
Right again. You're pretty perceptive.
In this trade, you need a sharp eye for people, not just rocks. Uncle Di can see what you're made of from a long way off. Alright, my assistant should be arriving soon, so let's just wait here a moment.
Woo woo!
Well, to tell you the truth, this is a very difficult matter. Too much for...
So there is someone else! Do you think we're not up to the job?
It just occurred to me that you don't have all the facts. The incident in question happened in a mine, and it's a little out of the ordinary, to say the least. Mines are dangerous places, as I'm sure you're aware. As such, I've enlisted an industry expert to cover all contingencies. Last time I checked, adventurers weren't experts in ore appraisal or geological analysis. With a professional by your side, everything should run smoothly. Besides, this guy's the best in his field. No matter the rock, he'll tell you its value to the nearest mora at a glance. I'd go as far to say that there's not a soul in Teyvat that knows rocks better than him. I'd be a fool to not enlist an expert of his caliber.
Вот даже если бы я сейчас не знал, о ком он, я бы понял все равно, о ком он.
Because Teyvat's #1 rock expert happens to be a friend of ours. Ha! Didn't expect that, did you? Wait here, we'll go fetch him. I bet Chžun Li is listening to the storyteller. Let's head over.
Супер ниндзя в деле. А, куда нам?
In our last tale, Rex Lapis.
Chžun Li, there you are!
Oh, here for a few tales. I didn't know you two were connoisseurs.
Oh, no, we're here for you. Do you...
Ah, something I'm rarely short of.
We need someone who understands geology and ore.
Как я уже за столом оказался?
Someone who understands geology and ore.
Take a look around. Is there anyone in Teyvat more qualified? The requester claims to have enlisted Teyvat's #1 rock expert, but Paimon doesn't believe a word of it. Nobody understands rocks better than you.
You appear to have taken his claim quite personally on my behalf.
Oh, no. It's just... Uncle Di doesn't know what he's talking about. Paimon just wants to enlighten him.
I see. Well then it...
Really?
But I should inform you that despite my expertise, I cannot necessarily claim to be a leading authority. We are at all times adrift in a sea of learning. New knowledge should be welcomed with open arms. Still, I imagine I will be of help to you in this endeavor. If we do encounter an expert, I look forward to broadening my own understandings.
Stop being so modest, Chžun Li. Well, we got him. Let's head back to Uncle Di.
Что-то давно так Паймон прям так активничает тут. Давно такого прям не было.
Uncle Di, we're back.
Oh, and this must be the...
Yep. Paimon doesn't know who your rock expert is, but he's got...
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still, I do have a claim to some experience in this field.
Uh-huh, so you say. Wait till my guy gets here, then we'll see. It's no use me singing his praises. You'll have to see for yourselves.
Is this the place?
Aha! Speak of the devil. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Jun. Young Kun, these are 2 adventurers assigned to us. And as for this gentleman...
Huh?
Shang Funeral Parlor's consultant. Mr. Zhang Li. I've heard about you. They say you're a man of great knowledge and many talents. I had no idea I'd be...
I am sure I recognize you. Have we met at the parlor? Wait, I've never been to the parlor.
Uncle Dai, aren't you gonna test them?
I wouldn't know where to start.
Then they can figure out a way to test each other. If Zhang Li wins, he's the assistant. If Zhang Li loses... never mind. Zhang Li won't lose.
A contest?
Такого
What,
быть не может.
would be my pleasure?
I admire your enthusiasm, good sir.
I must say, you certainly have the look of an industry expert about you. It'll be interesting to see which one of us wins.
Stop talking the talk and start walking the walk.
I'm just saying it like I see it. Which is, incidentally, the only skill I have worth talking about.
So you're an appraiser, Mr. Kunjun.
Well, no. Actually, I've already forgotten what I'm in Liyue Harbor for. I was standing by the side of the road one day when Uncle Dai called me over. He saw me holding a rock and asked me a few questions. He seemed incredibly excited, even followed me for a while. We arranged to meet here.
Huh? How could you forget something like that?
I saw him on my way over to Liyue Harbor, poring over rocks and muttering to himself. He looked to be very familiar with them. I asked him a few questions out of curiosity. To my surprise, he knew more than me, an old mining foreman. In any case, he didn't have any pressing matters and agreed to help me.
So, do you have a poor memory?
Not exactly. Anyway, if it's rocks you need help with, I can most certainly lend a hand. Mr. Zhang Li, what do you make of this rock?
А чё за
Glossy
камень?
exterior, with a fissure that could only have been left in the wake of a volcanic eruption. If I'm not mistaken, this is a rough gem from another nation.
Ah, a keen eye.
It's no ordinary rough gem. Fragile surface layer, black veining. My intuition tells me that there's high-quality crystal ore inside.
Remarkable! This rock does indeed hail from the vicinity of a volcano. I came across it in a market and snapped it straight up. The seller thought it was some leftover industrial remnant. They had no inkling of the treasure that lay within. Purity and geological rarity alone aren't enough to make a treasure. Some of the most precious crystals contain deposits of water or sand. In the moment of its formation, the crystal hidden within this stone shell captured a pocket of water. For water to be hidden in its depths, like a moon concealed within a mountain, reflecting shafts of daylight that make it through. Now that's a rare treasure.
Such a detailed description. Almost like he saw it with his own two eyes. Say, you're not trying to hoodwink us, are you? After all, we haven't even seen what's inside yet.
Everything he said is true. Most crystals are born in high-temperature environments. Heat and water aren't natural bedfellows, of course, which is why crystals with water deposits are so sought after. Moreover, this particular crystal contains mountain lake water. A rare find indeed.
Well, if Zhang Li says so, it must be true.
I've yet to encounter anyone with a judgment as shrewd as yours, Mr. Zhang Li. How did you know exactly what lay within?
I've seen many such stones in my time. I recognized it immediately. I hope you didn't mind me flaunting my experience, Mr. Kunjun.
Of course not. I feel I've met a kindred spirit here today. I hope you will accept my friendship. Uncle Dai, it would be a mistake for Mr. Zhang Li not to join us. Trust me when I say that his level of expertise is unrivaled in the
Very well. There is strength in numbers, after all. Everyone, follow me to the chasm. There are men counting on you to find them.
К разлому в шахты. Это интересно. Это интересно. А чё, здесь нет ТП? Блин, отсюда, наверное, даже будет побыстрее. Я так думаю, по крайней мере. Хватит спать. Мы переключаемся на другого. Да не хочу я с вами драться. И с вами драться у меня нет особого желания. Да хорош. Ну что же, мы пришли.
This is where the incident occurred. 6 days ago, a group of us left the site to attend to other matters. When we returned, the 4 men we'd left behind had vanished. I led a team around the entire mine, but found no trace. That's when I decided to enlist help.
So 4 miners have disappeared.
Yes, there were 10 of us. We lost Long, Bold Sen, Brave Sen, and Mao. I worked with all of them.
Workers in this trade are usually young men in the prime of their lives. Could it be that the 4 of them left for another mine?
Unlikely. There's no other lodging for miles around, and we didn't pass any other mines on the way over.
Huh. Such a huge mine. Did you really manage?
Underground, overground. We left no stone unturned.
We'll need to explore the site ourselves before extracting any conclusions.
Very well. I'll wait here. Please, proceed wherever you'd like. If you come across any clues, let me know straight away.
So strange. How could the 4 of them just suddenly disappear? Did they run away from something?
Сейчас проверим.
And see if we can find any clues.
Сейчас мы все проверим и заблудимся там сами. И шахтеров не найдем, и просто возьмем, заблудимся. Ой, а чё я не собрал?
Over here! What's this? A pile of shirts, some trousers.
A few everyday items. They must belong to Uncle Dai and his men.
1, 2... Huh. That seems right. 10 shirts. These must be spares, right? Look! Uncle Dai's clothes are identical.
The 4 of them have been gone for 6 days without a change of clothes.
There's also a few handkerchiefs and some soap lying around. Oh, and some tool belts.
Items for washing one's face before the dawn shift. Mining equipment.
So, they didn't take any supplies.
Correct. Improbable. There are 4 pickaxes missing. They had time to take their tools, but not their everyday items?
Huh. Why would someone set up...
1, they were working close by and didn't need to move their personal effects. But seeing as they've yet to return, this seems an unlikely hypothesis. Or 2, they were forced to leave and had no time to think about their supplies.
Oh.
It's certainly a possibility. We'll need more clues before any further in...
If they didn't leave, maybe they were made to leave. Let's make a note and let Uncle Di know. Huh?
I'll leave the investigations.
А где вход? Там? Корляпис.
Kunjun, what do you have there?
Oh, right on time.
Did you find anything?
There's a chunk of ore here. Perhaps there are clues within.
Or, what does it have to do with the
Let's find out. I'll give it a try. A moment, please. Okay.
Looks like he's concentrating really hard.
I see. 4.
A child? What's a child doing in a mine?
I'm not sure.
Also, how did you see anything exactly?
Oh, I don't mean see in the traditional sense. I would appreciate it if what I'm about... I can perceive...
Huh?
Perceive? So there's no conjecture at work?
You mean you can put your hand on...
I've always sensed that ore contains memories. Sometimes it records events that occur in the surrounding area.
Amazing! So you can...
It depends on the ore. Some ores have astounding memories. Others, like iron ore and white iron ore, aren't up to much. Their memories are hazy. Core lapis and crystal memories are much stronger. They record more events and...
Stone seeing. Fascinating. A rare ability indeed. It was...
I'm glad I can be of assistance. Based on what I saw, I believe they followed this path.
This will take us north, away from the mine.
North. Another clue for...
Мы не можем его срубить? Как это печально. Дедушка, ты чё тут перемещаешься?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
А, это не дядюшка.
I don't know what happened. I stayed behind with the other 4. After all, I ended up falling asleep in the shelter inside. When maybe...
So the men that were out working disappeared, with the only one left to tell the tale. Perhaps an accident occurred on site.
What a scary thought. An on-site accident. We should note that down. Found some clues. Time to report back to Uncle Di.
Слишком многое блестит. Не могу удержаться. Думал, ладно, пройдем мимо. Нет.
You're back. How are the investigations going?
We found 3 clues in the vicinity. First, there are 4
Forster?
Так.
who indeed those who kept.
Now that you mention it, could someone have...
This leads me to
A child?
unlikely as it...
Where did they go?
We believe that they...
North. Right. I'll rally my men and head in pursuit. You've been in...
Not so fast.
There are only a few... In the meantime...
Agreed.
All right. Me...
So, they're gonna talk to the people of...
Correct.
But there aren't...
Wait.
Huh? Oh yeah! Where's Cook... Kunjun, what are you searching for? We're all out of clues. Let's get going.
Ah, apologies. I'm conducting a quick search for my own benefit. I'm looking for a precious stone known as...
Dragonfall. Dragonfall is often used in forging. What use do...
I'm sorry. I don't recall why I'm seeking it. I've been feeling very... absent lately. In fact, I've been feeling extremely anxious. As if there's something I've forgotten to finish.
Oh, Paimon knows that feeling. When you know you've forgotten something, but you can't remember exactly what it is.
I don't even know where to start with it. I've been aimlessly wandering. That day at the market, I overheard a conversation while I was buying something. They mentioned Dragonfall. It sounded so familiar to me, as if whatever it was I had to do was linked to that stone. So, I decided to look for some. Perhaps if I can retrieve some, I'll remember what it is I have to do.
I see. If I am able to during our endeavor, I will help you look for this stone.
Really? Oh, thank you, Mr. Zhang Li. You're too kind.
Think nothing of it.
Shouldn't we get going?
Heading north from the chasm, we'll reach Lingju Pass. If this is indeed the path they chose, there will be traces.
Great! Let's have a look.
Ща мы глянем на следы. Опять на нас нападают.
Wait! There are tracks here! These must have been left by the miners!
Let us make our way to the end of Lingju Pass. If there are no footprints there, it would suggest that the miners are still within the pass itself. However, if we find new tracks, we can follow them wherever they may lead.
Весьма просто и логично. Почему меня атакуют? Я ничего не сделал никому.
Can't catch me!
Эх, жалко, лучки нет у нас никакой пока сейчас. Хватит. Эх, уходи, уходи, уходи.
It would appear that they made their way through Lingju Pass and kept moving.
If we follow their footprints, we should be able to find where they went.
Да ладно.
Let the show begin.
Ты решил отхилиться. Спасибо, мы, пожалуй, пойдем дальше тогда.
We should inquire with anyone nearby. If the miners came through here, they may well have seen them.
It must have been about 4 or 5 days ago. There were a few men who came through here carrying baskets and picks. I guess that could have been them.
Yeah, that's them!
4 or 5 days ago. It appears that they were moving slower than we'd anticipated.
It was so strange. 4 big guys with lifeless expressions. It was like they were in some sort of trance. And there was a child staggering in front of them.
Huh.
I caught a glimpse.
And they took this road?
Yes, they
Let's go after them!
Другие зацепки нам уже не нужны, я так понимаю. Мы нашли правильную. Фатуи.
Let's dance.
Давай, колобок, катись.
More footprints. There's a person over there.
Help! Please save me!
Is that one of the people we're looking for? Oh, rescue first. Ask questions later. Let the
Воу,
show
воу,
begin.
воу, воу, воу.
Keep back! Keep back! I taste blood. Keep back!
Да куда ты улез? Стой!
Those monsters were so aggressive. They must have noticed me walking through. Before I knew it, they were all over me. Thank you all for saving me. My name is Wanyu. I belong to Liyue Shengyu Hall. I head up our human culture and civilization research.
Huh? You sure you're not a miner?
A miner?
Yeah, We're looking for a group of 4 strong fellas carrying mining equipment.
I think I saw those people.
Really?
Yes. I set off from Nantianmen the day before yesterday, heading for Lingju Pass. I was in a hurry. I didn't get a good look. I'm afraid I'm not even sure what they looked like. Apologies.
I think that's all we needed to hear. Thank you.
I hope it's useful to you. I'd better get going. There's a conference I need to attend. Again, thank you all for your help.
Да не за что, и ты нам помогла, и мы тебе помогли.
According to this scholar, the miners were heading for Nantianmen.
Can we be absolutely sure that it was the men that we're looking for?
A child with a group of adults. Sounds pretty close to Paimon. What?
Hey, perhaps that rock over there can tell us more.
Aha! Paimon nearly forgot about our secret weapon.
Looks promising. I'll do my best.
А ребенка почему-то не видно.
It's the same group, all right. They followed this road.
Mr. Kunjun, your stone seeing is something I won't forget in a hurry.
I suppose it is an asset, though I rarely find a use for it.
It's a good thing we brought our Kunjun compass.
You think so? I guess it's been a worthwhile trip then. It feels like we're cracking a criminal case. It's a lot of fun.
Be that as it may, we would do well to keep our guards high. 4 fully grown men in a trance-like state.
Всякая фигня ходит там на заднем плане.
Over hills and mountains, led by a child.
Oh, you're quite right, Mr. Zhang Li. We should have our wits about us.
That's not all. Our scholar was attacked by Geovishap hatchlings, but the level of aggression they exhibited was unusual. We have encountered many clues along the way. So far, they've pointed us in the right direction. The miners headed in the direction of Nantianmen the day before yesterday. From here, they would have had to navigate a perilous mountain road. If their destination is indeed Nantianmen, we should be able to catch up with them.
Great! No time to lose!
I left a mark in the vicinity just now. If Uncle Dai does pass through here, it should guide him to us.
Clever thinking! A classic Zhang Li move!
Сорян, но нам нужны твоя мора. О, здесь тоже вход есть.
I'll protect us. Hey! Over here on the ground!
Минус
There's a
шахтер.
basket lying here too. This must be one of the miners.
Hey!
Judging by his appearance, he must have collapsed from exhaustion.
Should we wake him up?
I can still dig.
Sounds like he's whispering something.
It seems that he thinks he still has... There's a camp nearby. We should take him there and monitor his condition before...
Huh? How is he? He won't die, right?
He's worked himself into a stupor.
Paimon heard him talking about digging for something. Did he dig himself into this state?
It's certainly a possibility.
It looks like there's something. Are these ore frag? I just witnessed the memories within these ore fragments. This person brought these fragments out of the mine. He's one of the 4 that we're searching for.
How he came to be here is what we need to understand.
So he was kidnapped and then abandoned here. But if they didn't need him, why bring him all the way out here?
Unless something happened. Something that led him to fall behind.
Ugh. Paimon's had enough. This is too mysterious.
Oh, wait a moment. Seeing these fragments has jogged my memory. I have something for you.
What is it? Ooh, is it a present?
Something for us?
As I mentioned, before I met Uncle Dai, I was in a daze. After setting out with you on this case, it feels like a fog is lifting. I was so happy when Uncle Dai enlisted you to help. I would never have managed to track down these clues by myself. These are some crystals that I bought from the market. Not any old crystals, mind you. This purity is extraordinarily rare. One for each of you. A memory, if you will.
It's beautiful. Oh, and the colors change as you turn it. It's like a different crystal from each angle.
But of course.
Продолжаем.
And this one is for Mr. Zhang Li. Huh? Is something wrong? Not to your liking?
On the contrary. I just hadn't anticipated receiving a gift during the current circumstances. But thank you. I will take good care of it.
I'm pleased you like them. It's nice to be able to give a gift that others can appreciate. Oh, I see more rocks over there. You should all get some rest. I'm going to scan the surroundings. Perhaps there are more memories to uncover.
You sure like rocks, huh, Kunjun?
Ores are the crystals of the earth, the sediment of time itself. I feel it. Get some rest and call me when you're ready to set off. I won't be far.
Rest easy. I surveyed the area. There's no danger here. Oh, however, there is something I wanted to discuss with you.
Что же обсудить?
Traveler, does Dragonfall mean anything to you?
You mean the ore that Kunjun's looking for? What's so special about it?
Dragonfall is an incredibly rare ore used in forging. The majority of regular crystals are formed in high-temperature environments. Dragonfall, on the other hand, is formed as a product of elemental reactions.
Elemental reactions can produce material objects?
Indeed they can. However, only a minority can survive for long periods of time. Dragonfall first emerged in the midst of a great battle, thousands of years ago. Powerful clashes of elemental energy gave birth to elemental crystals. When the fighting ceased, these geological remnants were miraculously preserved. And yet they are crystal creations all the same. Few and far between, relatively unknown. A few hundred years ago, they were virtually mined into obscurity. Why is it then that a citizen of Liyue now wishes to strike upon ore that has long since vanished from the earth?
Yeah, if he knows of its existence, surely he knows all of it's already been mined. Weird. Hyman doesn't get it.
There are those in the mining trade who retain a keen interest in Dragonfall. But for someone like Mr. Kunjun, whose motivations for seeking it are unclear even unto himself, it's practically unheard of.
Возможно.
Motives? Is he a villain?
A conclusion that is presently impossible to reach. We must watch and wait. Don't forget, rescuing those miners is the primary objective. We're drawing closer to our goal. When you're well rested, call Mr. Kunjun over to us. We still have more investigation ahead. We should ensure this miner is settled here at the camp. Once we've brought this matter to a close, we can return and attend to him. I suggest we leave a note for Uncle Dai. If he does find the camp, he'll know what to do.
Вас все-таки надо убить.
No problem. I'm done here.
Any results, Mr. Kunjun?
There are many beautiful rocks here, but nothing out of the ordinary. I couldn't find any clues. Then again, the memories of ore can shift with the passage of time and the changing of the environment. Difficult to say. I feel that ore memories tend to be from the recent past.
So there's never any ancient memories?
Rocks endure, but as eons pass, their memories are erased. Those memories that survive are rooted in powerful emotion or thought.
That makes sense. It is the same for people.
Indeed. Let's keep going.
Я вижу светлячок, там фея.
Wow. Such an immense tree.
And there's so many mysterious looking crystals up there too. Amazing!
This ancient tree. Let's conduct separate investigations. I'll take that area. Perhaps you could... All right then.
Kunjun, can you see anything worth investigating?
Well, There is this stone tablet here.
Doesn't seem very interesting. Paimon's gonna look over there.
Huh. It's worth a try, surely. Let me see. Oh. This is...
Hey, what's wrong?
just a bit lightheaded. It's past. Not...
Он нам врет.
Why don't you climb the tree and have a look? If you don't try, you won't know. Anyway, you'll be able to...
Oh.
When has Paimon ever come up with a bad idea? Wait a minute. Paimon can fly. All right, Paimon will go. You wait here. Paimon will...
All of you, come here.
Не успела Паймон полетать.
Behind the tree. Did he find another clue? Quick, let's go see. Maybe he found another miner.
Блин, какая же Паймон милая и эмоциональная. Это вот прям очень игру красит. Вот я говорил уже. Не было бы Паймон в игре, это была бы совершенно другая игра.
This has been newly guided. It would appear our answer is up ahead.
Is that a voice coming from the tunnel? Someone else go first.
Compose yourselves. I will lead us in. There is an unusual presence emanating from inside the tunnel.
Да мы здесь были по какому-то квесту.
Listen.
The missing miners are here. What are they digging for?
I'm afraid that this whole tunnel is the fruit of their strenuous labor.
Или не здесь мы были.
That gate. Has it been there all along?
По-моему, здесь.
Digging a tunnel to this ancient seal. Had they not been discovered, they would undoubtedly persevere until the gate.
Мы будем бить шахтеров? Паймон, не трожь. Ого. Это нас так в данжик позвали, да? Я так понимаю. Оригинально. Ого.
What type of monster is this?
Morax, you arrive at my doorstep of your own volition. Excellent. Taking revenge for sealing me away will be all the easier.
So, the little girl is your power incarnate. But if you recall, Ishtaha, this is not how we intended for events to transpire.
Waste not your words. Your life is mine.
Ух. Музыка как в финалке какой-то.
Ninjutsu! Let the show begin.
Так, буду-ка я бить тебе под хвост. Что-то мне не нравится спереди тебя бить. У того. Так, пока маленький хил. Будем набивать большой.
Stabilize. The enraged earth will not absolve you. Rise. Solidify. This is order.
Ух, 24 тысячи.
Is once not enough? You would forsake me again?
If that is what you choose to believe, so be it. He who bears the weight of memory is destined to shoulder the burden of truth, as it ought to be.
I'll protect us. Quit it!
Ай-яй-яй.
Crumble. Quake. Crumble. Crumble. Careless. Quake. Rise. Crumble. The enraged earth will
Ну, вообще бы надо щит заюзать.
solidify.
Let the show begin. Ready, steady, go! Go! Time to go!
Be crushed.
Немного бездумно бью, но бью.
Fisher. Order guide you. There is no atonement for 1,000-year reign. Morax, you think you can destroy me? Quake!
Let's dance.
Rise! Gather! solidify. The enraged earth will not absolve you.
Блять, это щит вообще мега щит, я не знаю. Это прям нечто. Да.
Morax, 1,000 years after you sealed me underground, you return for the second time.
You should call it by its name, Ishtaha. Fate.
Fate? Fate? So here lies the wisdom of the gods.
Страшная девочка.
All these redundant, endless tyrants to ravage the wilderness.
No. You have forgotten.
That voice!
Ishtaha.
Huh? Kunjun?
Morax. It's been a while.
You're...
Ishtaha. The very same.
During the battle, you imbued us with your power.
Yes. It was all I could manage. Forgive me for concealing the truth, traveler. There were things that only became clear to me.
Ну да, когда последний камень осматривал. Это мы поняли.
Allow me to elaborate. I am not Ishtaha the whole, but a fragment. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, opposing forces. You can consider the existence of me and the Ishtaha you see there to be a reflection of such polarities. We are a schism of the will of Ishtaha.
Ну вам, наверное, нужно
No, it can't be.
When the seal
соединиться.
Your power manifested in this world as a child. With this new identity, you were able to vent about the forces that suppressed you. That's when it occurred to you. The loosening of the seal constituted an opportunity to strike back. Kidnapping the miners was all in aid of digging to the entrance to the seal itself. Your plan was to launch an attack on both ends. From outside and within, thereby...
The audacity! Are you insane? If you truly are a part of me, how is it you...
I was another power awakened with the loosening of the seal. Too weak to reincarnate, but strong enough to possess a human body. I was barely conscious. I couldn't remember who I was. Only the past would elicit a reaction from me. But my aim was clear. Find Morax, and aid him in stopping you.
I had sensed that something was amiss when you mentioned Dragonfall. Had your power been but a little stronger, I would have recognized you.
Don't blame yourself. I have changed beyond all recognition. Only when I touched the stone tablet did I It's been so long. A secret beyond all comprehension of youthful humanity and ancient dragonkind.
There would be no harm in it.
You haven't changed. Then allow me. Ishtaha was once a friend and ally of the Geo-Archon Morax, with a lifespan far exceeding that of mankind. However, that which is derived of the Earth is no more or less. The memories of rocks do not last long. Those memories that survive are rooted in powerful emotion. But as time passes, so these memories fade into obscurity. Erosion ground Ajdaha's consciousness into oblivion. Slowly, he forgot the face of his old friend, and his memories of defending Liyue Harbor disintegrated. Ajdaha, now incomplete, became irascible, aggressive.
What would you expect? It was humanity that attacked the ley lines that sustained me.
This much is true, which is why you attacked the chasm. Why you, in the beginning, in order to open up new territory and increase production, the citizens of Liyue came to the mountains to mine. Overexploitation caused the ley lines to quake, which brought untold suffering to us. Erosion made us even more savage. No matter how we struggled, we lost the ability to coexist with humanity. We lost all reason. Morax shared with us some of his power to prevent further erosion, but it was futile. Everything returns to dust. It is the natural order, an unstoppable force. And so, we became you. And from your will, I emerge. I am your final contract. Witness the promise between Ajdaha and Morax. You can hate me, but you cannot deny me.
No!
I am the remnants of Ajdaha's benevolence, the echo of a contract set in stone. I harbor a willingness to go further, a willingness to coexist peacefully.
No, no! This is I, Ajdaha, forged of elemental crystal, bearer of the weight and memories of the earth, older than the mountains and the oceans that decides. I will not swear allegiance to this insect.
Morax is not an insect.
A lord of...
You forgot yourself. Nobody held Morax in higher regard than that which you have forgotten. I hold here in my heart. If you are the memory of the earth, then I am the memory of coexistence. Of coexistence with humanity. All powers under heaven, rise and fall of land and sea.
A star appears within the wild. A sun ascends as... Strange.
You are spent, and I will soon disappear. Before I do, heed these words. In the wilderness, snow falls on a spring day. In an instant, it will melt. Even where it is fleeting and leaves no trace. Even where it will never fall again.
No! That isn't true! I don't accept this as...
Perhaps it isn't, but it remains an inevitable misfortune.
More axe!
The little girl vanished!
Are you satisfied, Ajdaha?
I had to make amends. Satisfaction had no part in it. So, Morax, you call yourself Zhang Li these days?
I do.
Well, I'm afraid old habits die hard. To me, you're Morax.
As you please.
I never did forget your gift of sight.
Да он правда дед.
I hardly lifted a finger. Think nothing of it.
And yet, you could see. You wouldn't know the yearning of a blind dragon, searching for the sun. A pair of eyes, from Morax to Ajda. This, I will remember this.
Your power is nearly spent.
Ah, perceptive as always, my friend.
Shall we get going, you and I?
Surely the pressing matter is still that of the miners trapped outside the seal.
Indeed. Hence the need to get going. To fix the damage left in your wake.
Straight down to business.
Ну, как история, прям неплохо.
Huh? How did we get here? We need to go back and check on the miners.
Сейчас как вернемся. Далеко вы полетели.
So there you are. My men, we found Mao in a tent at the campsite unconscious. It seems he'll be okay. Sadly, we found... Huh? Young...
Nothing. Pay it no mind. Those three...
Cave? What happened?
They're exhausted, but not in danger. Don't worry.
Right. Well...
So you're taking them back to Liyue Harbor?
That's right.
Can I come with you?
No problem. You rescued my men. I'll be happy.
Kunjun, we should be calling you Ajdaha. You're coming back to Liyue Harbor too, right?
Not I. Merely this body. Once I'm gone, the true owner will accompany the miners back to Liyue. Kunjun hails from a family of famous artisans. He too will be famous in time. It would be a shame.
You always did have a great admiration for blacksmiths.
Curious how swords and daggers are blind. Yet their creators see so much.
Ajdaha. I am no longer the Geo Archon.
I can sense it.
Today I am just an ordinary citizen of Liyue.
Even you met such a fate. Let's get the difficult part out of the way. I cannot...
No matter. If that day comes to pass, Liyue must prepare itself to face you.
And how will Liyue fare without Rex Lapis?
Even without a god above, this remains a nation of men. I was once their god. I ought to be here to witness their rise and fall.
All life is shaped and then ground away by the endless flow of time. You were always the strongest among us. That's unimportant. Fate is ordained by heaven. Even if our mission had already concluded, you may live forever, doomed to a lonely existence. Yet, even this is temporary. When you reach the end of time, those people, those past and future relationships.
I do not pretend to match your rhetoric when it comes to the subject of a life long lived. I fear that the life of an elemental being is longer than any in this world.
Were it not so, you would have killed me long ago, and would not be having to...
You've brought a smile to my face. When all is said and done, a reunion between old friends is an auspicious occasion.
That day in the chasm. Did you hesitate?
A heart of stone is a heart nonetheless. But I am the god of contracts, and was for a time a god of the people of Liyue.
You chose justice, but did not forsake your kindness. You came to me not as an assassin, and so I was willingly sealed away.
The movements of the Earth Dragon can tremble the earth and shake the heavens. With your abilities, even at my full strength, I struggled to confront you, let alone seal you away.
Hence my inception. Do not forget that I was there with Liyue's founder. The face may have changed, but the content of the contract remains intact. Old friend. God of contracts. I hereby honor our agreement.
Thank you, Ishtaha.
My life is nigh on eternal. I will go on with the infinite flow of time. And you, Morax.
You're leaving?
If it is fated, Morax, we will meet again.
Yes. Don't be alarmed. He's only asleep.
Whoa. That was so weird. It was like he...
In fact, we have yet to meet the real Kunjun. He was. Centuries may have passed since then, but events from 1,000 years ago...
In our last tale, Rex Lapis was walking alone in the mountains. He heard a remote voice, unlike any other, coming from a crack in the earth.
Most of the ancient geo life forms that live below Liyue are blind, having not seen the sunlight for an age.
The voice was sometimes sad and song-like. Other times it was loud and thunderous. The Lord of Geo searched here and there before finally unearthing a strange stone from the bedrock.
That's how Ishtaha was. I answered his wish and took him above ground.
The Lord of Geo took pity on the rock spirit and carved it into a magnificent work of craftsmanship, a vivid representation of a dragon.
I bestowed him with a pair of eyes to see the world and came to an agreement with him.
With his fingers, he made 2 eyes, quicker than words could tell. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a living, breathing dragon soared into the clouds.
I agreed to let him live among the people above ground. But if the day ever came when he brought ruin to order, he would once again be sealed in the dark.
The dragon accompanied the Lord of Geo, fighting campaigns alongside him in the 4 corners of the world. We have a saying to eulogize these events. The crash of a spear brought billowing dust. The mountains and waters made way at the sound. The sight of a dragon bestowed with a touch the promise of rainwater blessing the ground.
A 1,000 years ago, Ishtaha attacked the chasm. I tried to obstruct him, fighting him tooth and nail, down the length and breadth of the mine. During that battle, Dragonfall was born. Ishtaha could sense the stone. Subconsciously, he wanted to use it to find me. Despite being the victor, I could not claim to be stronger than he. And in his heart, he still retained an ounce of goodwill towards me. Towards Liyue. Towards life above ground. He was willing to be sealed away. But as the erosion set in, he forgot. Even I cannot avoid it. But there is something I understand better than most. When the door opens, the greater the power, the greater the danger erosion may bring about. The millennia may come in personally sealing away an old friend. This is just one form of erosion I have endured. People abandon and surrender the things they love to pursue the right path. Perhaps this is the erosion that I was a god of mankind. My identity may change, but my eyes will bear witness to the history of humanity.
You still care a lot about Liyue.
Call it... I must thank you both.
No worries.
Oh? About what?
Oh yeah, Paimon nearly forgot.
О, даже тут мы спрашиваем о сестре. Круто.
We met a guy called Ding. He told us about Hanria and the punishment of the gods. That's when we realized that those events, Chžun Li, you're a god. You've lived through thousands of years.
I cannot say.
Why? You can't
Чего?
give us a thread of information? This is so important to us.
I understand. But I must apologize. This is my contract.
You mean another past grievance? Like the incident with Ejdaha? Too painful to talk about?
It was signed before it all began. I have always honored the contract. And kept my silence.
How can you be like...
You two are friends to me. I can assure it brings me no pleasure to disappoint you. But as the god of contracts, I cannot go back on my word.
Would you be ready to find out?
It appears your understanding of this world. There are many events of ages past. Many secrets that lie hidden. They have been eroded by time. Forgotten by the people. Abandoned. But you are capable of finding them and bringing them into the light. Those who come to witness will witness. Those who are born to remember will. If you take the same road as that person, there may be more difficulties ahead. But as long as you firmly believe that you are on the right path.
Я вас понял. Так, а мне теперь интересно. Чё да как по этому боссу? Стоимость 60. Ну, наверное, получается, завтра его надо закрыть будет. Пока у меня нет на это смолы.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Let the show be...
Так, нужно посмотреть. Я не помню, где у нас квесты вообще остались. Сейчас глянем. Кстати, мы можем сделать круточку. На удачу за убийство аждаха. Фиолка. И чё у нас, Розария? Копье Фавония. Окей.
One client, two clients, three clients.
Ладно. Так, вы для меня тут сделали. Угу.
With the wind.
Нет, здесь все 40. Значит, в Манштате нужно было пройти, по-моему, его задание, и можно было получить квест. Не, здесь мы точно пробуждаем. У нас, если что, есть накопейщика фулов. Еще его прокачать надо. И есть Гроза Дракона 2, которую мы начали качать. А это так, пусть будет тоже.
Wanna come over for tea?
Transfers of supplies must be reported.
Сейчас мы посмотрим. Мы должны ленте пройти. Так, а второй квест... равноценный обмен. Так, но она нам его не дала. Нам, наверное, нужно уровень еще поднять. Чем мы и будем сейчас заниматься, когда наступит понедельник. И заберем эти 2 награды, надеюсь. Так, и что же нам сделать? У нас пока все. Значит, на этом мы на сегодня закончим. Всем спасибо, кто смотрел и кто будет смотреть. Кому понравилось, подписывайтесь, ставьте лайки. Вот, и приходите. Можем просто пообщаться. Можем кому-то помочь, если кто-то меньше рангом там. Нужна помощь чем-то. Всем пока и удачи.